Good morning, everyone. We start our second week of this summer university course, and we are very glad to have among us Professor Sebastian Wolff. Let me to introduce him. Sebastian Wolff holds a master's degree in law, Catholic University of Louvain, University of Birmingham, and a master's degree in economics from Catholic University of Louvain. Since 2019, he is a policy officer at the FSMI, Belgian Financial Services and Markets Authority, and an expert advisor to the Belgian Permanent Representation to the European Union for Sustainability Matters and to the Belgian federal government. Previously, he has worked as expert in the Task Force Sustainable Development of the Belgian Planning Bureau, and the topic of his PhD thesis relates to the implication of taxation in the achievement of European climate objectives. Since 2017, he is also a PhD student and researcher at the Louvain Law School, a lecturer in environmental taxation in the University of Metz, and in European and public law in the School of Brussels Management School. He's a close friend. Hello, Sebastian, and the floor is yours to speak us about this important topic, which is the transport challenges related to climate change and the position of the EU. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Marta, for this very nice introduction. I'm very happy to be here and to see so much familiar faces. It's so many familiar faces, so it's so nice to be here. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being in person in Florence. I have two excuses. I mean, two reasons, one good one and one not so good one. The good one, and they are both related with climate change. So I think it's interesting to share it. The first one is that we don't have yet a railway from Brussels to Florence. So we have to use the plane, and the plane is the most intensive, energy intensive mean of transportation, as we will see in a couple of minutes. And the other reason is that I was at the seacoast yesterday, and I went into the water because it was a warm week in Brussels and also in Belgium in general, which is not so frequent. And I was bitten by a jellyfish. So I have this morning some difficulty to walk, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I was asking myself, yeah, maybe there is a reason for that. And maybe it's related with climate change. And indeed, when the water is warmer, there is more jellyfish. And so the humans are more likely to be bitten by a jellyfish. So maybe it's a good way to start to talk about climate change. I will try to share my presentation now. I hope it will work. I'm sorry about that, because the computer I'm using is very secure, so sometimes it's a bit difficult to do whatever I want with it. Here it is. I have a small problem with the computer. I will have to leave and to come back on the meeting because I have to change the confidentiality settings. I really apologize for that. I will be there in a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds. Yeah, I think it's better now. You can maybe see my presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you. So my presentation will be shared in two different parts. The first part will be the global approach to transport in Europe, meaning that I will cover all the facts and all the statistics and also the impact of transport on climate change at the European level. I will try to do my best to be as exhaustive as possible without being overwhelming. And the second part will be an overview of all EU initiatives in the field of greening transport. There are several initiatives at the moment, and I will try to pick up some that are mainly the more interesting one, because the more ambitious are there is also different kind of techniques that are used by the European institution to improve the energy intensity of transport. But first, let me start with a question, and don't hesitate to, yeah, that's something very important for me. I'm not an expert in all area of transportation, so don't hesitate to interrupt me if you have something to say. Don't hesitate to ask question, to raise your hand. I don't know if it works like this in this environment, but do not hesitate to interrupt me if you have something to ask or something to say. I'm very open. I would like to have an interesting discussion during this morning, and I will be happy to hear from you. So my first question will be, what is the main purpose of traveling for European citizens? I don't know if you have an idea about that. Don't hesitate to share it with me. If not, I will, of course, give you the answer, but it's not so funny, but yes. Okay. So there is one main reason for traveling in Europe, and this reason will be commuting to work. That's the main reason why people are using transport in Europe. Of course, there is other reason, and these reasons are different from each country. For instance, in Romania, people are traveling a lot to do shopping, when in Austria, they are more traveling for professional reason. So that's the fact that everybody has a different motive to use transport. And what is the impact of transport on climate change? Climate change is something that is, of course, a global issue, but at the European level, transport is responsible for 28.5% of GHG emission, which is an important part of the total emission. And if after that we split this 25.5% in the different category of transport, we will see that railways will be responsible for a very small part. Aviation will be responsible for around 4%. Navigation will be responsible for around 4% if we include international navigation, and road transport will be responsible for the rest, which is a tremendous amount of 20%. And how much the reduction of GHG emission was during the last decade? For transport, it was not as much as other area of public intervention. As you can see, there is a reduction of around 10% of the greenhouse gas emission coming from transport from 2008, if we compare 2008 and 2020. So there is a lot of work ahead. And if we compare the impact of each mean of transportation, we know already that a car and road transportation in general is the main contributor to GHG emission from transport. We can see that in road transport, it's the use of personal car that is responsible for 60% of the total amount of emission coming from road transport. It means that it's not, as we maybe believe at first sight, heavy truck and shipping in general that is responsible for a large amount of emission. Of course, these statistics are from 2019, meaning that it may have changed since we had the 2 years of COVID pandemic in between. And it's that can be illustrated on this specific graph, where we can see that the emission coming from air transportation plummeted during 2020 because of the reduction of the air traffic at that time. We can see also that the emission of railways, road transport in general, and also from waterborne transport are decreasing with time. But if we look at the right side of the graph, we can see that there is some forecast saying that it will still increase in the next coming year. So here's the point: what can we do to do not make it right? Do not make right the people who did these estimates for the next 20 years. Of course, if we are talking about transportation, it will be very important to discuss externalities from transportation. Nothing is black or white, but everything is a bit gray in the area of transportation. And to do so, we can refer to the Pigou theory of externalities, which is an important fundamental theory in environmental taxation, but also in environmental policy. Maybe you are already aware of that. Yeah, I'm almost sure that you are. And for transport, there are always both positive and negative externalities that must be accounted for. I will give you some examples, so it's maybe a bit more real. One positive externality for transport is, of course, that it will connect people. Nothing is more real than to have the possibility to discuss in life with people. And it makes it also possible to discover other cultures. It's also interesting to know that if you travel, you have the ability, of course, to discover other culture and also to share ideas, which is very important. It's also possible with transport to have tomatoes during the winter, but I'm not certain it's the best example, because is it really what we want? Is it really desirable? You have also negative externalities, for instance, noise, which is sometimes very difficult when we are in cities, which will be the topic of the next presentation. There is a visual impact from infrastructure. And if we link, of course, the issue of global warming with transport, emission of GHG are absolutely a negative externality from transport. It's possible to summarize externalities based on one mean of transport. Is the case here with the car. In a car, you have energy input, which is called potential or chemical energy, which is contained in the fuel, and it will be transformed by the car in energy outputs. And these energy outputs can be useful, which will mean that they are positive externality, or they can be wasted energy, which is negative externalities. For instance, if the car moves, that's a positive externality, is what we want to do with the car, but also the car will emit heat. It's not what we want. It will emit sound. It's not what we want. It will emit GHG emission, and it's also not what we want. So here is the summary. And if we look at the negative externality from transport, which is caused partially by undesired resulting form of energy, there is health issues. The noise is making it difficult for people to sleep. Emissions are detrimental to the general health. There is environmental pollution. The noise is not good also for the birds. There is vibration from the road, vibration from shipping in the water. It's a big concern. There is fluids and gaseous emission released in the atmosphere, released in the environment. Transport is a resource-intensive product, so it means that a lot of energy must be mobilized just to produce the means of transport. And recycling is still problematic. I won't list all the problem, but you have two pictures of problems, of issues that are related to recycling with transport. You have tires that are not fully recyclable, and you have also here a picture of the tramways, coming from Seattle and from Chicago. When they were decommissioned, they were just left there, and there are some picture of them just like this, and it's a bit sad, of course, to say that, because it was replaced at the time by cars, because it was a push to have individual mobility instead of having public transportation. But there is also problem with renewable sources of fuel. So maybe the electrification of the transport is a good way to tackle climate change, but there is also other issue that we have to solve before thinking that it's the best way of interacting with transport. Here is an example. For instance, when you have windmills, it's very difficult to recycle what is not metal. So you have here the blades from the windmills. They are made of fiberglass, and there is also a small part which is polyester, so it's plastic. So it is very difficult to recycle. So for the moment, we are burying in them. So I'm not certain that's not really sustainable to do that. So yeah, there is always another side of the coin that we have to take into account. I have an example which is a bit more coming from the law. So there is this arrest from the European Court of Justice in the case Commission versus France. It's about nitrogen dioxide. It's produced mainly by cars, and France exceeded the nitrogen dioxide limit value that was set by the Air Quality Directive. And in June 2015, it had adopted a plan relating to air quality, but it was not enough because the France still failed to meet its obligation to ensure that the exceedance period will be as short as possible. Sometimes it was very, very long. So in 2019, the court found that France manifestly did not adopt in a timely manner appropriate measures to ensure that the exceedance period will be kept as short as possible. So the court concluded that such situation demonstrated by itself that France did not implement appropriate and effective measures to ensure that the exceedance period of nitrogen dioxide limit will be kept as short as possible. And so the court concluded that France didn't respect the directive, which is an interesting case, because it means that sometimes the result is more important than what you are really doing. What was the reaction from the French authorities? They decided to ban certain diesel cars in the large agglomeration by 2024, and to set stringent requirements for other propellants. For Paris, for instance, which is the most important city in France, as you may know, all diesel cars will be banned by 2024, and all gasoline cars will be banned by 2013, and it includes full hybrid vehicles and plug-in hybrid vehicles. It means that only electric cars will be able to enter Paris in 2030. It's far more ambitious than the European agenda, as we will see. There is also an important information that I have to share with you before we start to discuss the policy option chosen by the European Commission, is that every means of transportation has an average GHG emission per kilometer and per passenger. And you can see, as I said in introduction, maybe as a bad excuse for not being in Florence, that plane is the more intense in terms of GHG emission when it comes to means of transportation. Car are the second one, and it's based on the average use of a car and of the implied car occupancy rate of 1.6. So you're hearing that you have in average 1.6 passenger in a car in the European Union. Then you have buses and coaches, and then maritime passenger, and finally railways. Rail transportation is the most efficient for the moment. There is also an important distinction to be made between what is relevant from fuel, what is caused by fuel, and what is caused by the technology that is burning the fuel. I speak here about fossil fuel technology. For instance, carbon content will cause CO2 emission, and it's relating to the fuel more than to the technology. Nitrogen oxide, the emission that are causing troubles in France, is more related to technology. It's why they decided to ban diesel cars first, because they are very efficient in a certain way, meaning that we put a lot of air in the engine and not so much fuel, and it leads to carbon. It leads to have NOx emission. And for other, it's both fuel and technology. If you look at waterborne transport, fine particles are caused by the technology because there is no filter on the engine, but also by the fuel because it's heavy oil, and it's not a really pure way of refining petrol. So here's the end of the global presentation and about the facts and the different statistics that I have collected from the EEA about transport. If you have any question, don't hesitate to speak out. I will be happy to hear it. If not, I will continue and discuss transport and climate and the policy that was decided for the next decades at the level of the European Union. So the first thing that I can share with you is that we have a European Green Deal, which is, of course, a well-known strategy from the European Union that follow the European 2020 strategy that was adopted a decade ago now. There is a general target to meet climate neutrality by 2050. It's important to say that it's climate neutrality. It's not no GHG emissions. It means that it can be compensated in a certain way. Transport is a building block for the new objective. The Commission aims at having a 90% reduction in transport emission by 2050, which is really ambitious. There is an increase of 75% of inland freight carried today by roads that should be shifted into rail or inland waterways. And by 2025, more than 1 million public recharging and refueling stations will be needed for the 13 million zero and low emission vehicles that are expected to be on the roads in Europe, in the European Union. So it's quite a challenge, but it also includes non-numerical objectives, like for instance, that the price of transport must reflect the impact it has on the environment and on health. It's very important from a policy perspective. And it will be further discussed, I think, by my colleagues during the week. And also that the EU must ramp up the production and deployment of sustainable alternative transport fuels, because we will see that for some means of transportation, there is no technological alternative to fossil fuel currently, and transport should become drastically less polluting. And it doesn't mean that it has to emit less GHG. It's another objective. There is a numerical objective for that, but it means that it must emit less harmful gases within the city. And it's one of the reasons why we will have a revision of the emission standard for motor road vehicles. So as a milestone on this very ambitious path, we have the Fit for 55 initiative from the European Commission setting goals for 2030. And the goal is to reduce emission from transport by 55% by 2030. And there is different initiative, but I will cover it later in the presentation, so I won't spend too much time on it now. And as I told you as an introduction, I will cover every mean of transport separately, because I think it's maybe more illustrative to what the Commission is trying to do and what the European Union in general is trying to do. So for air transportation, there is a global increase, a general increase of GHG emission coming from transport and from air transportation in particular. And it's expected to continue to grow because people are using more and more the plane. But there is also more efficient aircraft. Here you can see that we reduce almost by 3 the amount of fuel needed to carry people in the air. But there is this interesting fact that to accommodate more people in a plane, it will make the plane more efficient, but it will require more infrastructure. So you see, that's always not easy to have a good policy in this area. So air transportation presents some peculiarities that are very important when you are discussing policy option. There is no alternative to fuel-based engines for the moment. There is no technology available to have commercial or heavy transportation aircraft that are not using fossil fuel. It doesn't mean that we cannot exchange fossil fuel for something else, but we don't have for the moment electric aircrafts, and it's not ready. It's not a technology that is ready in the next 10 years. There is no mature technology for other fuel except biofuels. It means that we cannot have for the moment hydrogen planes. It will be difficult. It needs to be developed. And it's not the case for all the technologies. I mean, all the means of transportation for other transport, like for instance, for cars or for maritime transport, it will be possible to have other fuels. It's a highly internationalized market. And of course, also an internationalized regulation on it, meaning that it's difficult to regulate its air transport at the European level, because a lot of air travel is made between continents, and so there is a lot of legal provision coming from international level, the ECAO regulation, the Chicago Convention, and it's sometimes a bit difficult to accommodate the this international character with the application of the sovereignty principle. It was the case in Air Transport Association of America, but I am sure that some of my colleagues will come back on this case, where the ECJ dealt with the extension of the EU ETS, the emission trading system, and it was very difficult to deal with the sovereignty principle when we try to ask from airlines to have allowances to cover the part of the flight that is not in the EU air territory. There is also some privileged tax treatment that were granted decades ago for certainly good reason and are now still in force, but are detrimental to the climate objective. For instance, there is no excise duties on fuel. Based on the Chicago Convention, it's difficult for the moment to have excise duties on fuel, but it will be changed in the future because in the revision of the emission trading directive, as we will see a bit later, the Commission has decided to tax fuel for aviation sector, and there is also some exemption of VAT that are still applied for flight tickets. What are the changes that are envisaged at the European level? The first one is to include the aviation sector in the emission trading system, and it will be included for all intra-EU flights and departing flying from EEA airports. It will include Iceland or Norway, and also for airports from Switzerland and from the UK. Total amounts of allocation will be increased, again, to include this new economic area that will be included in the emission trading system. It will be a full auctioning, meaning that there will be no granting of allowances for airlines. For non-EU and non-EEA flights, CORSIA will be applied to flights departing from or arriving in non-EU countries members of CORSIA. So CORSIA is the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation. It's developed at the international level, not at the European level, at the international level by the ICAO, the International Civil Association Organization. It's a market-based system with allowances. So it's very similar in the design with the EU ETS and other emission scheme. And there is currently 115 states that have joined or are expected to join the CORSIA initiative. But as you may see, China, India, or Brazil are not members, or they are expected to be large emitter of GHG because of transport in the next decades. It doesn't mean that there is no effort from this country to join the CORSIA initiative. It maybe means simply that they have their own policy for this kind of emission. It's the case, for instance, with China, where there is a development of also an emission trading scheme, maybe not including yet air travel emissions, but maybe it's a way to develop it a bit later. Unfortunately, the proposal for this revision of the EU ETS directive was rejected by a clear majority. It's interesting to look at the reason. Green and socialist lawmakers rejected because the proposal was not ambitious enough, when the right-wing groups considered it too ambitious, especially in the light of inflationary pressure, and also because there is, for the moment, some difficulties to have fossil energy in the EU due to the war in Ukraine. So this proposal was rejected, and it will be the case also for the part that is relating to maritime transport. There is also a proposal for regulation of the European Parliament and of the Council on ensuring a level playing field for sustainable air transport. Here it's a work on the fuel, and aviation fuel supplier will have to be able to make available to aircraft fuel that is containing a minimum share of sustainable aviation fuel, including a minimum share of synthetic aviation fuel. The synthetic aviation fuel means that it should be created taking carbon from the atmosphere to be injected in a fuel as a fuel in in an aircraft. So it's not so easy to explain because it's not necessarily from the atmosphere in general. It may be captured directly from a plant which is emitting CO2, and then transformed again in a carbon-based fuel, and then reusing the aircraft. And so it's important also to note that the yearly quantity of aviation fuel will be uplifted by a given aircraft operator at a given airport, should be at least 90% of the yearly aviation fuel required. Why is this provision included in the regulation? Is to avoid fuel tankering, and fuel tankering occurs when aircraft operators uplift more aviation fuel than necessary, meaning that he will emit more GHG emission because he will carry more fuel than necessary at a given airport because the price of the aviation fuel was cheaper at this airport, and so he will be able to avoid refueling at the destination airport. So it's a very interesting measure. What will be the level of sustainable fuel required? It will be by 2025, 2%, and then 5%, and 20%, then 32%, 38%, and at the end, for 2050, it will be 63%. It means that air transport will remain a net contributor to the GHG emission from the European Union. We are not here targeting a full climate neutrality. There is also a proposal to revise the energy taxation directive. It's something that I will not cover in detail because I am certain you will discuss it again during the week. And this, the ETD will be revised to include minimum level of taxation on fuel delivered to aircrafts for the purposes of intra-EU air navigation, meaning that if you are traveling within the European Union, you will have to pay taxes. But there is an option for member states to apply this minimum level also for non-EU flights, but it's not mandatory, it's still an option. And there is an option also led to member states to partially exempt electricity that is supplied to stationary aircrafts. It's very interesting because it authorizes the aircraft not to emit any GHG during the time he's at the airport. So it can be mandatory. It can also be fully exempt. It's interesting. It's an interesting policy, but it's of course it's a discretionary measure from the member state. So I can make a summary of what is envisaged at the level of air transportation. There will be a minimum level of sustainable fuels in the aircraft, in the fuel delivered to the aircraft. There will be a taxation of non-sustainable fuel for EU flights. It's the ETD, and maybe if there is another round of voting at the European Parliament, there will be an allowances. It will be necessary for airlines to cover EU flights emission plus Corsia flights with allowances that are purchased on the market. And for waterborne transportation, that's something that is very important as well, because we see an increase in shipping. So there is more goods traveling by the sea. But in general, international maritime transport is responsible for around 2 to 3% of the global GHG emissions. And waterborne transportation is only a very small part of the EU CO2 emission because we don't carry so many goods by waterborne transportation. Maybe simply because European Union is not so a large territory, so it is not so much transport, not so much emission that when we travel from, for instance, another continent to the EU. And of course, only the emission from intra-EU intra-EU maritime transport is accounted for in the statistics. It's interesting also to look at the peculiarities of waterborne transportation. There is currently a race to slowness to save fuel, which is good for GHG emission, but there is another issue with ships, is that they are using a special fuel, which is called heavy oil. it's a byproduct of petrol refinement, and it contains a large quantity of sulfur, but also emits more thin particles because it's more impure than, for instance, gasoline or diesel or the kerosene that is used in the aircraft. So here is this interesting statistic that if you are on deck when you are traveling by a boat, you will breathe almost 10 times more thin particles than if you are in a busy street with a lot of cars. So that's something interesting, I think, to know. There is some alternative that we will see later to reduce the quantity of thin particles, but for the moment, I will focus on the different initiatives to tackle climate change. There is the Fuel EU Maritime proposal, which will decrease the carbon intensity and CO2 emission based on the certification process by setting a cap on emissions that are allowed from the maritime carriers. And from 2030, a ship at berth in a port of call under the jurisdiction of a member state should connect to onshore power supply and use it for all energy needs while at berth. Why is it important? Is because normally and currently when the ships are at berth in a port, they are using fuel to produce electricity. And so it's a large emission of thin particles, but also GHG emission in very sensitive area. If you take an example, if you want an example, in Marseille, which is a very busy port in France, it emits a lot of thin particles, and it can be harmful for the health of the inhabitants of this region. And what is the limit referred to in the initiative? It means that you will have to decrease the energy intensity and also the CO2 emission coming from the use of fuel, of fossil fuel or other fuel, by a certain amount for specific targeted dates. So it will be 2% for 2025, but it will end up with 75% for 2050. What will be the reference value? It's interesting. It will be the situation in 2020, which is maybe not the best year to take as a reference because it was the economy slowed down at that moment because of the COVID crisis. And so what will be the way of working of this initiative? It means that you will have the fleet average greenhouse gas intensity in 2020, and then you will have to decrease by 5 years from a specific percentage. And as you can see, it's increasing with time, so it's more and more challenging. There is also an initiative from the International Maritime Organization to limit sulfur in the fuel, and there is a proposal to include the shipping in the EU ETS, but it was of course also rejected at the same time as the proposal to include the aviation sector in the EU ETS. I will very quickly go on. I will very quickly cover the energy taxation directive also. It's a similar tax treatment than for aviation. It's the one that include a distinction between intra-EU maritime routes, where there is a minimum taxation that will be applied to energy product used as fuel by vessels, including for electricity if you have electric vessels. And for extra-EU maritime routes, member states may partially exempt or apply the same minimum level of taxation. So again, member states will be in charge of this part of the policy. And for electricity, it's interesting that total electricity is granted for the electricity produced aboard of the vessels, and member states are allowed to exempt electricity supplied to vessels that are berthed in port. So I can also do a summary of the different initiatives for maritime transport. There is currently a decreasing cap on the emissions that is proposed by the European Commission. There is also the inclusion of the emissions coming from intra-EU maritime transport in the EU ETS. On the side of fuel, there is an improved quality of the fuel that is required by the International maritime organization, but also at the European level. And the taxation of fuel for waterborne traffic within the EU will be included in the Energy Taxation Directive. All of this is, of course, pending the approval of the European institution. And so we will see in the coming months if the Czech presidency or the next presidency from the European Union are able to reach an agreement between all the members and all the institutions about this proposal. There is another solution, and there is something interesting to note that there is already in test some autonomous electric cargo ship. Here is one that is currently in testing in Denmark. And it's interesting to note, however, that the electric cargo ship will be a good solution if electricity is produced in a sustainable way, because if not, you are just using electricity to fuel, but you are using fossil fuel to fuel the cargo ship. So it's not something that is desirable. Rail transportation, I will cover it very, very quickly because there is not so much to say. It's already one of the most efficient way to travel. It will be very dependent of the way electricity is produced, because almost every lines in Europe, every railways will be is now electrified. It's not the case, for instance, in the UK, which is not anymore part of the EU, I know, but where not busy line were still operated with diesel train. There is other countries, I think, where there is still this kind of material on the rail, but yes, I think it's already something very efficient. And so the Commission published an action plan just to boost long distance and cross-border passenger rail, which is very interesting. It's one of the reasons it can help me next time to come by train to Florence. It will integrate the network, harmonize the way of working, and enhance interoperability. It will increase in speed between the two cities that are connected. And what is really necessary, I think, is regulatory harmonization, meaning that there will be an overseeing authority for cross-border traffic, and also driver license requirement that will be harmonized. It's very important also that you have a driver that can operate in several countries. There is something that I'm not sure that I'm the best to speak about, but there is also a new proposal for exemption, global block exemption, and regulation for certain state aid in the rail, inland waterway, and multimodal transport sector. I know that Marta is really a specialist of that, so I will be refraining to speak too much about that because I can say something that is not right. There's also road transportation, which is the most important part, and I will try to cover it very quickly without going over my time. Road transportation, as you may know, is very important in the EU because it represents a large amount of the emission coming from transports. On this graph, it's interesting to note that there is some energy efficiency improvement. There is also an effect on reducing emission because we include biofuel in the fuel destined to transportation. But there is also an increased need for inland passenger transport demands. So more people want to travel by car or by buses or by coaches. And so it's very difficult to have like an average between the two initiatives. As you may note, the CO2 emissions are increasing, but there is two factors for that. Maybe it's because there is more demand for transport and for road transport, but there is another reason also, is that in the EU, we changed the way to calculate the CO2 emissions from cars and from buses. And so maybe it's just a better reflection of what the situation is than it was before. It's the same for lorries, and freight transport demand is still increasing, but there is also this gain based on energy efficiency and the inclusion of biofuels within the fossil fuel. And there is also of course, an effect of electrification that is more on the first side, but it's not as important as we can expect it. For 2019, you see that it's only the small red part here, which is very, very, very small for the moment. So it will certainly increase with time. So what will the European Commission plan will be on for road transportation. There will be a work on the vehicles, there will be a work on the fuel, and there will be a work on the infrastructure. For the work on the vehicles, there is a revision of the CO2 emission standards for new cars and vans. It's an important step to net zero emission by 2050, because the average lifetime of a car in Europe is between 10 to 15 years, depending on the member states. So it's important to note that if we don't reach carbon neutrality for the vehicle that will be put on the road in 2035, it will be difficult to meet the objective of climate neutrality, because we will have a lot of old cars on the road that are still consuming fuel. So it's why we have new CO2 targets, a reduction by 2030 of 55% for cars and 50% for freight transport. And there is this very interesting new paragraph 5A in the directive that say that by 2035, there is no more emission from new passenger cars. And there is a mistake here on the slide. It's not. It's also from vans. It's the same objective. So the second line will be vans. But it means that the death of the internal combustion engine car, because you cannot emit anything from the tailpipe at that moment. It is very ambitious, and it was backed by the European Commission, the European Parliament a couple of weeks ago. There was a very broad media coverage of this initiative, and it was one of the key points of the Czech presidency. But we can feel that some countries are still divided on this target, because it's not really clear how we can reach that, and if there is a room for synthetic fuel, meaning that you can use the same synthetic fuel to fuel a car, as it was the case also for aircraft, as we discussed earlier in this presentation. And Germany is divided, because some manufacturer in Germany, which is an important market, of course, and I think the leading producer of car in Europe, some manufacturer invested largely in electrification of their offer, but others have already invested a large amount of money in synthetic fuel. And if you have not the possibility to have emission from the tailpipe, you cannot have synthetic fuels. That's the point. But there is also a stricter exemption for small niche manufacturer. I will go very quickly on this. It means that if you are producing less than 10,000 cars per year, you don't have to comply with this GHG emission reduction. There is also an interesting proposal for other pollutants, because you have this directive for CO2 emission, but you have also a proposal for other pollutants. And it is the Euro 7 norm for car and light commercial vehicle, and Euro 7, but in Roman numbers, for lorries and coaches. And it's awaited for this summer. It's not yet published, I think. I didn't check in the next week, in the last week, but I don't think it's already published. It will work on emission from other pollutants, and it will be applicable for new model car, new model types of car from 1 January 2025, and for all cars delivered from 1 January 2026. It's very important, and why it's so important to watch very carefully Euro 7 norm is because it's also adopted by foreign countries. It's not only Europe that is following the EU norm. You have also other countries that are following. For instance, you can see that India is adopting slowly, maybe too slowly, but it's a question of point of view, the Euro norm. You have also that for Pakistan. You have Thailand that is following the Euro norm. So when you are setting an objective at the European Union, sometimes you are also setting an objective at the worldwide level. So it's important to see how it works. There is, of course, some distinctions, some peculiarities for several countries. So it's not like so straightforward that we are following, that a country is following the norm. Sometimes they are taking some part of it, or just making mandatory for certain pollutants. So it's not so easy. There is also, as I said before, work on the infrastructure. There is several initiatives in countries to reflect cost of usage. It's very important in money terms, but also taking into account human health and the environment. So the purpose is to disincentivize road transportation by creating low emission zones, usage-based taxation, or for road charges for the lorries. It was the case in the European Union, but also at national level, it was the case in Belgium. And there is also a proposal for regulation for the deployment of alternative fuel infrastructures. The idea is to tackle the issue that we have with the chicken and egg issue for electrification. There is not enough charging points, so we don't buy electric car, and there is not enough electric car to have so many charging points. So that's the chicken and egg. It's not only for cars, but it's also for aircrafts and vessels. As I told you, it's now mandatory for vessels to when at birth to be connected to electric networks. So it's important to have the infrastructure to authorize the vessels to be connected. And there is a massive effort that is anticipated from member states in this area, because it will be a big improvement of the infrastructure. We are far from having so many charging infrastructures. So I don't think I will cover all the different initiatives for the sake of time. And just to note that there is a maximum distance of 60 kilometers between charging points for electricity, which is quite ambitious, but it's maybe the best way to help to adopt an electrification of the network, at least on road transportation. And there is also a work on the fuel and on the emissions, and it's again a revision of the energy taxation directive that will achieve this part. There is an extended definition of energy product with a cross-reference with the renewable energy directive for renewable fuel of non-biological energy origin and low carbon fuels. There will be also an update of the current level of taxation for non-renewable fuels and non-sustainable biomass. And it will be based on calorific value and not on carbon content, which is maybe a bit pity. It means that it's a bit sad that sometimes there is a clear relation between the calorific value and the CO2 emission, but it's not always the case. So maybe it's a bit a shortcoming, a political shortcoming to have an agreement, because the Commission tried already to revise the energy taxation directive in 2011, and it was very difficult, specifically on this basis and of the basis of carbon content or GHG emission, to have a common ground for work. There is also a possible reduction for the carriage of goods and passenger by rail, metro, tram, and trolleybus, and for local public passenger transports. It's interesting to know that it's the first time that we are speaking specifically about public transportation and collective public transportation. So it's something that is interesting to remember. There is, of course, a reduction in rate for renewable electricity coming from solar, wind, hydraulic origin, but also from the electricity generated from fuel cells. It means that they are based on hydrogen, and since hydrogen is already taxed in the ETD, it's the purpose to avoid a double taxation by taxing hydrogen, but also the electricity produced by the fuel cells that is fueled by this hydrogen. So I can come to the summary for road transportation. You see that there is a sign, an additional sign on the top, is because here you are also working on the technology with the Euronorm proposal. There is an improved refueling capacity, that's the work on the infrastructure, and there is a taxation on the fuel based on the net calorific value, that's the ETD. So it's what you put in the car. Then you have to change on the emission requirement that will require the car to be adapted from a technological point of view. And then there is an emission cap for manufacturers. So here they don't have the choice, they have to reduce their emission for the cars. There is no here question about a market-based instrument, it's all about regulation. So will everything be perfect in 2025 or in 2050? Well, there is this question about electrification of transports. Is it good or not? It will really depend on the energy mix used to produce electricity, and it will be based on the efforts done by member state and by the European Union to produce more green electricity. I don't like the adjective green, but I can use it like this. tires abrasion are now pointed out as the primary source for thin particles. So maybe we are not solving the issue by just removing the fuel. We have to work also on the technology. Batteries that are included in electric vehicle are maybe not entirely recyclable. I mean, they are certainly not yet, but they will maybe become, we don't know, but it's not the case. And hydrogen cannot currently be generated on large scale from renewable electricity only because it will require too much electricity and we don't have it yet. And there is this feeling that I have when I finish to read the Fit 55 package that we are focusing on making the current means of transportation more sustainable, which we are not questioning their existence. Maybe it will be better to shift a part of the road transport to collective local transport. And maybe better to reduce the freight transportation by imposing or supporting local sourcing. That's what I note when I read all the initiative. Maybe there is other policy options that were not discussed at the level of the European Union. The first thing that is interesting to note is that transport is the most taxed area of public intervention. So when you are looking for something to reduce emission from transport, the first and the most used policy tool will be taxation. So it's already very taxed. And it's not the case for other policy area and other area of concerns due to climate change. So it's interesting that we are maybe already taxing a lot. So maybe there is other option. There is maybe the possibility to have a taxation that is based on specific, not on specific taxation of a product, of a byproduct. For instance, you would like to tax the car, you would like to tax the fuel. Maybe it's very good. I think it is, but maybe it has reached its limit. So it's maybe possible to integrate more in general in the taxation system the sustainability performance of the activity within the taxation framework. It's what was done for the financial level with the adoption of the EU taxonomy. So taxonomy is a whole word to say that we make a list of sustainable activities. And in this case, it's sustainable economic activities. And so to have an economic activities recognized as sustainable, you will have to meet 3 different criteria. The first one is to substantially contribute to one of the 6 objectives defined in the regulation. And there is one which is climate change mitigation, and another one which is climate change adaptation. There is another requirement that you don't have to harm another objective. For instance, if you produce electric car, it's good for the climate. Maybe we see the limitation. We have seen the limitation, but you need maybe to source lithium, and it will not be so good when mining for the environment. So you have some requirement in this area, and you have to comply with minimum safeguards. These minimum safeguards are, for instance, the UN and OECD guidelines for labor. It means that you have to pay fairly the workers that are working in these economic activities. I have taken an example for screening criteria for car manufacturing. The objective is climate change mitigation. So it's the only objective where car manufacturing is recognized as sustainable. All vehicles should comply with the strictest emission regulation to avoid any detrimental effect on air pollution, but also on the environment. There is minimum safeguard for labor, as I said before, and there is the screening criteria, meaning that we will check if the manufacturer is complying or not with the sustainable criteria for having a car made. And the car should not emit more than 50 grams of CO2 at the tailpipe. And that's the number for the moment. But by 2025, it will be 0 grams. So it's more ambitious than what we have seen before. To be recognized as sustainable, you need to be more ambitious than what is inside the regulation. The tires, which can be problematic for thin particles, must comply with higher standards for abrasion and road noise. So you are tackling another environmental issue, and the car should be highly recyclable. And here is the proposal I made during a conference a couple of years ago when we were discussing how to redirect public financing to the right economic activities. I tried to explain this very difficult graph to a panel of people, and as you maybe know, note, I'm a French speaker at the beginning, so it's not always easy to find the right word in English. And now you have this possibility, I mean, to have this taxonomy, which is already agreed at the European level, and to apply it in all the area of political intervention, maybe by saying that we won't any more grant subsidies to activities that are not listed in the taxonomy. Or maybe by saying that we will have a part of the corporate income tax that will be linked with the environmental performance and the alignment with the taxonomy. That's an idea among other that I had when I was discussing how to redirect COVID-19 health, public health to something that is useful for the environment. If you're interested in transport and environmental tax studies about transportation, I can only recommend you to read this wonderful book. There was a tremendous amount of work invested in it, and there is so many interesting examples of national initiatives that are included, and I was unable to tackle any initiative from a member state in this presentation because it was too short, or maybe because it was not relevant for the discussion, but you will find a lot of them in it, and also a discussion of European initiative. I have mine, so don't hesitate to read it. It was very interesting. When I was at the sea and I was almost bitten by the jellyfish, I had the book with me, so I tried this weekend to read a bit about it. It's very interesting, so don't hesitate to have a look at it. I don't know if you have any question, but I have, I think, almost 15 minutes left. Wow, I almost kept my time to discuss any question you might have, and we'll be happy to have a discussion about anything that I have said.
Thank you, Sebastian, for your comprehensive presentation, very detailed, very interesting, and thought-provoking. I don't know if you have any specific question, but I would like to highlight in the presentation of Sebastian the important need to have consensus, not only regarding the European Union efforts on its policies, standards, minimum standards, proposal on changing everything, every specific piece of legislation right now under the climate change and sustainable objective, but also counting into European international association and organization, as Sebastian showed us in the maritime sector or the aviation sector. Another point that I would like to remark is the importance of having good technologies and sustainable technologies. And thank you also very much for your summaries in each sector, for the challenges in road transport, maritime transport, rail transport. And I also like in your presentation that the focus is put also in defining which are the EU taxonomy for sustainable activities, sustainable fuels, and everything. I really like to see in your picture. It is a central piece to think about how changes are going to be upset. I have a lot of ideas to comment, but let Jerónimo ask some specific questions.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Great presentation. Great, very detailed overview of this complex policy. I have a couple of questions, maybe a clarification as well, and then one thing that I'm sure we can also do is to give the opportunity to Chinese partners also to maybe put as well some questions or some comments. We will have a special session this afternoon precisely on the Chinese experience, but they may have some reactions as well to your presentation. My first question is, Sebastian, what is the impact of the Ukraine war in this area of transport? Because in our last week, we have seen that, of course, the impact of the war in the energy sector is huge. And it has introduced a lot of uncertainties. It has even changed or influenced, at least, on what is sustainable and what is not sustainable. We are seeing also the possibility of adopting transitory measures, accepting other types of energy that we thought were practically eliminated because of the security concerns. So the impact has been huge. Now, transport is also a key area for reducing emissions. I wonder if the impact is as high or not as for the energy sector. There is, of course, an impact because at the very end, if you go or you boost electricity cars, you need electricity, and then obviously it depends on how you are generating that electricity. But you have a better overview of all this. What is, in your opinion, and what will be the impact of the war in this area and in the effort to reduce emissions coming from transport, and also on what is sustainable or not, which I think is a linked question. And the second is more clarifications about the deadline of 2035 for the no more emissions in cars. Just to clarify, this is referring to manufacturing, selling, and also what about the cars that have been sold in the previous years? Do we have a deadline in which those cars will not be able to continue? What is that situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you for this very interesting question. But it's also very difficult to answer the first one because, of course, Ukraine, the situation in Ukraine is very delicate also for transport, because it's impacting the same way as energy production. I mean, electricity production is also impacted in a large amount by the situation. And I can only tell you that for the moment there is difficulties to assess clearly what will be the impact on transport. In this way, I can say that we don't have the statistics yet for the first semester of 2022 for transport, so we don't know really if there is a decrease like we have shown, like we have seen in the presentation for aviation when there was the COVID-19. But I think it can be something that will foster the transition to less carbon dependent mean of transportation. There is also another aspect that might be interesting is that when you have this increase in price on the energy markets, people are thinking about leaving their car and trying to use something else because it's not anymore profitable for them. And we see that very, very clearly with one kind of cars. Is the cars that are that use natural gas as propellant. They are not everywhere. We have no statistics saying that they are everywhere on sale because it's not anymore profitable to have it. What I think we will see in the near future is that we are at key moments. It can be, for instance, a moment where we will have a global push to electrification. And we see that on certain markets. We have seen it in Norway for a couple of years now, but it's also the case for the member state where there is a very high revenue, because people are able to have the money necessary to adopt avoiding measure, which is not the case for all people. So there is this risk that a lot of certain person will be able to transition and other not. Anyway, we already know it, and that's maybe something that is also worrying from a national perspective, and for all member states from a social perspective. Sorry, it was more social perspective. Is that if you take a comparison between the standard of emission for the cars from the higher high revenue households, and you take the emission from the low revenue households, you will see that low revenue households have more polluting cars, but that high revenue use more the plane. So we hope that it won't. I don't know if for social justice, maybe it will be interesting to see if we will have a switch also for the low revenue, low income households to electrification, due to the fact that fuel is very is for the moment is I'm sorry, because is very it's not cheap at all, and it's very difficult for them to cover the needs. But I don't have a clear view on transport. I think it will really improve for certain technology to become mature, because they will be profitable for the companies. And for the second question, which is the objective for 2035 for no more internal combustion engine, that's really one of the most ambitious initiative, but it will only mean that we cannot anymore manufacture or sell internal combustion car. There is no limit for the use of the other cars. So we will see in 2035 if there is an increase in price for the last internal combustion cars, of if it becomes totally obsolete, and that we have a quick change to not anymore any fossil fuel based transportation mean of transportation. We will see. I don't have an answer on this point, but no, the European citizens will still be allowed to drive an internal combustion engine car on the road. I think the limitation will come from the availability of the fuel. Like it is the case for the moment for electricity, it will be the case at one moment, maybe in 2050, maybe in 2060, maybe in 2070, to find fuel to refuel your car, because it won't be the majority of cars in circulation. So it won't be the best way for make it profitable for the reseller of fuels. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the Chinese partners maybe.
Yes, please. Would you have any question? Our partners from China and the students that are connected. I don't see any.
Oh,
Hi, Min. Do you have any questions? You have to open your micro.
Oh, Marta, nice
Hi.
to see you. Hi, nice to see you. Now you are in the Florence. Thank you so much for Sebastian. Your presentation is very wonderful about provide very detailed regulations how to make the city greener in the future. I have one question. I do not hear very clear. So far, the aviation sector, does the European aviation sector is included in the ETS or not? If the aviation, because I remember in the 2012 at that time, European Commission wanted to include in the aviation into the ETS. However, there are many countries, for example, China, United States and Japan, or even Australia, they are strongly against this action. So how about now? Its aviation sector is including in the ETS, or it's already applied the aviation tax with the European Commission, the European member states. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. That's definitely a critical question at the moment at the European Union, something that is very, very discussed here in Brussels at the European institution. I can tell you very clearly that for the moment, the aviation sector is not included in the EU ETS, because there was no agreement at the level of the European Parliament to have the aviation sector and the maritime sector within the EU ETS. There is a proposal from the European Commission that is pending, and there is work ongoing at the level of the Commission, but also with the permanent representation from all member states to have a new version of the project. And if this project is again submitted and is almost similar from the previous one, there will only have an inclusion for intra-EU flights, which means that it won't cover a flight, for instance, departing from Beijing and coming to the European Union. But for the international flights, the European Union make a choice to have the CORSIA, so the International Organization for Aviation system set in place for the international flights, but only if both member states, I mean, the one from the EU, that will be the case, and the destination one or the departure, the one from where the flight is departing, are member of the initiative. So it will be voluntary, depending of the willingness for other member states, non-EU member states, to participate in the CORSIA initiative. So for the moment, I don't believe in the coming years, but I'm not certain because I don't know what's happening for the moment at the level of the council. It's part of my job, but I don't have any insight for the moment. I don't believe it will happen in the coming years. It will be only for intra-EU flights.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. We have two very specific questions.
Okay.
Are you okay? Thank you very much for your time, because we have now a coffee break, but we have to take advantage of your presentation.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the importance of the carbon total footprint. If it is taken into account in the EU taxonomy for transport or not? What is your feeling? Because my feeling is I don't know. I want to have your opinion, and maybe I can share my opinion to you.
Sure. I will be happy to hear it. Life cycle analysis is, for instance, I think, lacking in all the initiative. We have a focus on specific aspect of transport, but not on the whole supply chain of transport. In the EU taxonomy, is partially taken into account, because you need to have, for instance, at the manufacturing process for cars, for instance, you need to have like sustainable energy production on the roof, for instance. You need to reduce the amount of water that you are releasing in the environment. So there is this impact that's some aspects are taken into account, but not the whole picture. And that's very, very pity, of course, because we know that a lot of parts are made outside of the European Union. And so you can have a car that is very green on the European road, but that was made with fossil fuel abroad. But yeah, I think it's better tackled in the EU taxonomy, because there is some aspects, but it's not perfect. Absolutely not.
I'm happy to hear that. I agree with you. Jerónimo, the last question from Jerónimo, please.
Sebastian, I was curious about how is working the soft power of the Union in this field as well. You mentioned explicitly that several countries were aligning with EU emission standards and with the policies of the Union here. And I wanted to ask you a bit, if you have some more details about how this is working, because I think it's extremely interesting. Is it almost automatic alignment in this field? Do they have the same ambition as the union? Do they do it quickly after the union has introduced these standards? How this is working in practice? Thank you very much.
Thank you for this interesting question. Of course, I will have a nuance answer about that. It's fully voluntary, so there is no agreement that they will follow, but there is two ways it will happen really in practice. The first way is that sometimes they adopt mandatory requirement for the brand new car that resell on the market. It's the case for India, for instance. They are setting standards emission that are just taking the European position into account. It's very easy. You do the work, you use the work done by the European Union, and you say, yeah, I put a cap on this type of emissions, and I want that all the cars that are set on the road in India are following this Euro norm. And there is also simply equivalence. The standards that are applied at the level of certain countries are similar. So we try it's a fortunate alignment, but it's not something that is really from the European Union, taken from the European Union and then put on the country. It's just that they are evolving at the same time. And for the timing, normally the European Union is very advanced in this area. There is also California that is very advanced in this field. But for the other adapter, I think it's sometimes with a decade of delay or sometimes more. Some countries are still at the Euro 2, so it's the norm from the 90s here in Europe. And there is another interesting way of implementing the Euro norm, very quick. It's because we are exporting a lot of our used cars to, for instance, African countries. And for the importation of cars, the authority from the African countries, for instance, will say that they won't accept to have imported on the territory any vehicle that doesn't meet Euro 2 or Euro 3 or Euro 4 norm. And it's the case, for instance, in Senegal, where they are limiting the importation of used vehicles to Euro 2 or Euro 3, depending if it's diesel or if it's gasoline cars. So it's another way of implementing it. When you don't have a manufacturer on the ground of the country, or because there is no distribution channels, you can just say, yeah, I will limit my importation to certain type of cars. And sometimes we see that there is an alignment with the Euro norm, which is mainly the case with Africa, because it's very close from Europe, from the European Union geographically.
Thank you very much for this interesting session. We have started in a very interesting way the second week. Thank you for your time, Sebastián, and for your great presentation again. And now it's time for coffee. We will start at 11:45. See you.
Thank you very much. See you very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Sebastián. Welcome back to this second session of today, in which we will be talking of cities and climate change. And for this session, we have Esther Valdés. Esther Valdés is landscape architect, and she's a lecturer at Camilo José Cela University. She's currently the director of a degree on urban management at that university. She's also vice president of the Spanish Association of Landscape Architects. And just to mention a couple of issues more, she is also a member of the board of Hispania Nostra, an association devoted to the protection of cultural and environmental heritage in Spain, very well-known association. And she's also usually a speaker at the Global Fora for Cities in the later years. So it's a pleasure to have you here. Esther, whenever you want, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jerónimo, for this presentation and for the invitation to this interesting summer school. I'm going to talk about cities and greening in cities in Europe. I will give first of all an overview image of what is happening, what are the main challenges in the cities worldwide, and taking some projections and, well, what is the situation nowadays in the cities, and some projections of global organisms. And also, well, that's going to be like the first part of the talk. Then I'll talk about what are some policies of the European Union. I'm not going to do an exhaustive review of the policies, of the European policies about cities, but I will choose some of the most successful ones. And I will show also what cities are doing right now. So some examples of good practice and that are happening in Europe. So to start with, let me share a PowerPoint. That's it. Okay, so I would like to start with a phrase by Antonio Guterres that he said in a C40 Maillo summit in 2019. He said that cities are where the climate battle will largely be won or lost. So we are going to see some data about it and trying to understand if this is, what are the main challenges? Yeah.
Can you share it another time because we see it.
You don't see it?
We see it not in the proper.
Do it yourself. Is that it? Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, okay. So, well, as I was saying, Antonio Guterres said this in a major summit of the network of cities that is called C40, that is a network of cities all around the world, and they are the cities are fighting and compromise about climate change. And for example, one of the things that they do every year is competitions at level, professional level, and also at the students level about how to change cities. So for example, they these cities choose different plots in their cities, and the students and professionals make these proposals to change cities, considering climate change and all the challenges of climate change. So let's see what Guterres said about why did he say this about cities. First of all, well, we all know that 55% of the population nowadays live in cities. And but if we go in worldwide, I mean, but if we go from different regions in North America and also South America, Oceania and Europe, it's almost 80% of the population. So this is what is happening now, but in the next years, the expectations, the projections are that it will be more around 70% of the population who will be living in cities. as we see in the low part of the slide, it will be in Africa and Asia, the places where the population will rise more. Thank you, Marta. And well, in the rest of the regions will be rising also, but more stabilized. This is, of course, due to a normal or a normal tendency that when these the developing countries are industrialized and around cities are the factories and so on, so people is moving from rural areas to urban areas, but also because of climate change. If we if we focus on the SDG 11, that is about sustainable cities and communities, well, the objective of this SDGs are making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And in the last report in 2022, they highlight 5 areas in which worldwide the cities should, are the main challenges for the cities, and how are how cities are or should work on it. One of them is related with disasters, and of course with climate change. So they said that the number of countries with local disaster risk reductions strategies is nearly double now in the 6 last years. So that's that's a lot of impact. If we go to the internal displacement monitoring center and this map, we can see that the displacements in 2020, only in 1 year, it was about 40 million people. And from these people, 1 quarter, like around a bit less than 10 million people, displacements were due to conflicts. And the other 30 million people were due to disasters. These disasters are, of course, related. Well, we can see these blue areas for the disasters and orange one for the conflicts. And if we focus on the disasters, we can see that 90% of them are weather related. So almost 50% are due to floods, 37% are storms, and also wildfires, droughts, extreme temperatures, and landslides. So climate change is really impacting cities and all the countries. And why is this so important for cities? Well, in the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, the working group 2, that is working on impact, adaptation, and vulnerability, they did this projection for, I guess you know, these 5 scenarios that the IPCC has in mind of how we tackle climate change. And in this projection, they took the middle scenario, the SSP2, that will mean that we are not going to reduce our greenhouse gases right now as we expected, or as they expected, or as it was desirable, but it will be, the greenhouse gases will be rising until 2050, and then starting the reduction. So in that scenario, for example, in Europe, the northern countries will have a big amount of people at risk, and there will be migration and displacement of people. So it will affect in the northern areas of Europe about like 10 million people. It's true that we are talking about the northern of Europe. There is not a vulnerable area at all. So, but these displacements or this risk will be based on or due to sea level rise, and also to to floods and all these disasters that we've seen. Well, if we see in this map in Africa, there's going to be also a huge amount of people, and this is of course vulnerable people that is going to be displaced in this scenario, and it will be a big challenge for Europe because there are a big amount of these people that will try to enter Europe, as it's happening here, but it will increase that percentage. So the second challenge that the report, the 2022 report for the SDG 11, the United Nations said, talk about slums. So nowadays there's 1 billion slum dwellers all around the world, and as we have seen, it is expected to rise also in the future. If we see this, this challenge and how the regions are dealing with it, there's one target in the SDG 11 that talks about reduction of the proportion of urban population living in slums. So only the developed countries, the developed countries are meeting this target and are progressing on it. But if we see the rest of the world, the situation is well, far from the target in some cases and very far in others. And the progression is not, or there's no progression, or there deterioration on it. So this is going to be in the future well, a big problem for many in many areas. Probably in Europe it's going to be less than in other parts, but it should be taken into account. If we think about cities in terms of size, we see that the cities are growing. So in these maps from 2018 to 2030, we can see that small or medium cities are, there are more cities of this size and more large cities, and also more mega cities. The mega cities are considered the ones that have more than 10 million or more inhabitants. These kind of cities, and in this map, we can see the new mega cities in 2030. So the projections for the new mega cities for 2030. And we can see that they are going to grow. There's going to be more cities, more mega cities. And if we think about a city of this size, we have to agree that it's managing these cities, it's really difficult. I mean, in these cities, there are a lot of slums. The cities, and if we see, for example, in the southern of Asia and India and so on, there are many of these cities, and there's going to be more, also in China. And well, this is going to be, of course, a big problem. And so, well, let's move. So in the future, in Europe, we have a mega city that is Paris. We will have a mega city in London, and while we are not, or these slums or informal settlements, we have informal settlements already in Madrid, where I believe are informal settlements, but are not a big amount of people, a big percentage of dwellers. So, and neither Paris or London is going to be a high impact, but it will change. It can change in the future if we think about the migration movements that we've seen before. So on the other three challenges that the report, the SDG report of 2022 has highlighted are the solid waste. That is, well, nowadays it's considered that 82% of waste is collected and 55% is controlled in facilities, but this really doesn't mean that it's been doing well. The recycle and the use of all this waste is doing well. So, for example, in Madrid, the percentage of plastic collection is very high. And it's supposed to recycle a big amount of it. It is supposed to recycle 30%. That, well, it's not a lot, but it's a part of it. But if we go to how it is recycled, we will see that only 5% of this the plastic recycle, produce a product that is of the same quality. So something different, something like a bottle or any other plastic item, but the rest of the percentage until 30% is, it gives one use object like plastic bags or so on. So we only effectively recycle 30% of our plastics. We have a problem there. Well, I'm not going to talk about transportation because, well, we had this interesting talk of Sebastian. But yeah, the other challenge that is that highlights the SDGs report is about public transportation in Sahara. So, well, I want to focus on this 99% of the world's urban population that breathe polluted air. And about this, I will talk about green cities and strategies in the European Union. So, well, this percentage has been changed by the organization, the World Health Organization in recent years. So until recent time, it was considered that the particulate matter 2.5 in urban areas should be below 10 micrograms or less per cubic meters, and they change it to 5 micrograms per cubic meter. So with these new guidelines, there are areas, well, Oceania, Australia are not doing bad. In Europe, we are over 10%, and there are other areas in the world that need to improve in this matter, because it's a matter of health, of course. The World Health Organization realized that with these 10 micrograms, there were a big amount of people dying due to these particles and with diseases related to pollution, to air pollution. So they reduced it. And well, all these guidelines are useful for changing policies, of course. Well, and having a look at all the SDGs, if we focus on the 11th one, of course, all the SDGs, as we know, are related. So we can talk about cities, the SDG 11, without talking about the 15 SDGs, life on land or life on the water. So because, well, there's like 0.5% of the population is living in coastal areas. So everything that happens in the sea also impact these people that live in the cities. So, but the tendency is what I wanted to show you in Europe is, well, it's a good tendency. I mean, it's almost all the arrows are in green. And well, there are some of these ratings that are met, others are not. But well, we see in the Europe panorama of the SDGs, the SDG 11 is not the worst one, let's say. If we go to the targets inside the SDGs, and I took Italy as an example, we can see, well, in the case of Italy, for example, the municipal waste, they met this target. They are working on recycling and collecting the waste for many years. So they met this goal, this target. And also others, but the one that, for example, in this case is worse is the air pollution, and also the access to green and urban areas, of in the neighborhoods. And also one that is still, well, they should implement more is the different rate among some people and the other, so in equity terms. Okay, going to the policies, one of the main ones for the cities is the urban agenda for the European Union. The objectives, well, the urban agenda, it's a good tool where all the stakeholders, the Commission, the national ministries, cities, authorities, and other stakeholders like associations and other actors met and tried to change things and try to work together. This idea of working together is, in my opinion, one of the most successful ones in the last years. So the urban agenda is trying to improve the regulation in urban areas and try to tackle these urban challenges. Also, well, work on fundings and how these funds from the European Union are implemented in the cities. And as I said, one of the main objectives is the cooperation, the share of knowledge and researches and good practices. The priorities of the urban agenda are, well, these ones here. So as you can see, well, there are like all the sectors are here because, well, a city is a complex place and it's a complex management. So we can talk about circular economy and cultural and heritage, and of course, energy and digitalization and inclusion and jobs and poverty, mobility. I'm going to focus on the green ones. I'm going to focus on sustainable use of the land and nature-based solutions, on climate adaptations in cities and air quality. All these ideas are related to each other and have like a same path of solutions. And these solutions are what would have been called the ecosystem services, or we can summarize it as ecosystem services. What are these ecosystem services? Well, it's a new way of calling something that has been worked always. That is the idea that the Earth ecosystem provides services for our well-being, for our existence. So we call it services in the same way as we call it, as we call the urban services. and are divided, let's say, in 4 services. There are supporting services, provisioning, regulating, and cultural services. So we are talking about water cycle, we are talking about nutrients cycles, we are talking about soil formation, also about providing water, food, energy, raw materials, about the regulated services, well, soil erosion, air quality, biological water cleaning processes, and also the cultural services. So cultural diversity, attendance to it, cultural heritage, and also, well, enjoyment and tourist opportunities. So if we think about ecosystems, if we think about biodiversity in these terms, in terms of services, we will understand that there's a huge amount of money that we don't pay because of these ecosystem services. It was calculated some years ago in $33 billion per year. And with this in mind, well, if we are going to talk about cities, we cannot do it without considering the territory. So it's true that in the last decades, cities seems to be isolated from their territories. And it's something that it didn't used to happen in the past. So cities were related with its territory, all the foods and energy and all the goods were around the cities, but now they are not. It's important also to understand what's the impact of the city in worldwide. In this map, there is, well, not pretty recent, it's from 2014, but I like it very much because it's very, I think it's easy to understand what it means. If we join together all the cities and villages and green and gray infrastructure, if we join them together, it will occupy around, well, it says 1%. I've read other more recent data that say it's 3%, but anyway, it's a few amount of land that is occupied by cities or human settlements. But if we see, for example, what's the land occupied by fresh water, we see there is just 1%, that looks like a few. If we see the croplands, except the croplands used or needs for animal feeds, it's around 7. And if we see, for example, this red area in America, it's livestock. It's 27% of the land territory that we use for livestock, for meat, daily products, and all the crops to feed this livestock. So it's a huge amount of land that is consumed in the cities and that occupy a lot of territory. There's a definition of a city that I read recently that I think is pretty accurate. They said that a city is a human settlement that is not able to, it's not able to produce all the goods or all the resources that they consume. So if we think of the city on that terms, we probably or understood what is the path to a more sustainable city and to a more sustainable territories also. Well, one of the more interesting strategies from the European Union is the 2030 biodiversity strategy. So we are going from the territory now to the cities. trying to understand what's this relationship between the cities and the territory, and then we'll go to some strategies and good practices in the cities. But I think it's important to understand that relationship. So this strategy that was implemented in 2020, it's trying to bring nature back into our lives, as the slogan said. So what is this strategy trying to do is to protect some of the more ecological, some of the best lands or pieces of forest or areas that are ecologically more interesting, and the target is to reach to 30% of the land of Europe to be protected and 30% of the sea in Europe to be protected. And this is something that it's not new. It is based on other strategies, but some of the it's on one hand, this strategy wants to protect land, and on the other hand, it wants to restore the ecosystems, so degraded ecosystems. So this, in this sense, is focused on, for example, on farming, so increasing organic farming and biodiversity-rich landscapes, trying to it makes no sense to feed a city with other side of the planet food. So it's trying to increase organic farming and trying to relocalize agriculture in a certain sense. This is not going very fast and not very successful, in my opinion, but it's one of the targets. Of course, if we want to farm organic products, we should reduce pesticides. So by 2030, 50% of the pesticides should be reduced. And of course, also, well, this goes also to protect pollinators that are one of the ecosystem services more precious that we have. Another idea that it's pretty interesting is restoring 25,000 kilometers of the rivers in the European Union. Why is this so important? Well, rivers are some of the most valuable ecosystems that are in the world. So the rivers in Europe have many dams and dikes that have been built for years and centuries. And one of the objectives of the European Union is to remove some of these dams to let the rivers flow naturally and to restore these ecosystems, these valuable ecosystems. And another objective is to plant 3 billion trees. That is always good. Well, this is an example of how this, for example, this strategy is impacting and is well, has it's having let's say a problem or a challenge in the cities. This photo is in Pamplona, in a city in the north of Spain. It's a dam that was built in the Middle Ages in the 17th century. And now it's not, well, from time to time, of course, it's restored thousands of times. And from time to time, there are floods that break it and should be again rebuilt. Nowadays, the only use it has is for raw group of people that trained there. So they wanted it to get repaired, to be repaired. But the hydrographic confederation that is the one who has to repair it and decide, decided not to do it. So there's been a huge problem here, because some people defend the cultural heritage, some other defend the ecosystem, this strategy from the European Union and the need to restore the river. So most times these strategies that looks like pretty well and pretty interesting, has this kind of challenges that are not easy to solve. The Natura 2000 network is a network of the European Union that started in 1992 under two directives, European directives, the Habitats Directive and the Birds Directive, that protect areas that are ecologically interesting for the habitats or for the being the birds areas that should be protected. So as you see here, there's like many spots in red and blue that represent these areas dependent on these two directives. And what it's trying to do, this network and also the biodiversity strategy and other strategies from the European Union, is to build a green infrastructure in Europe. So this green infrastructure that was another strategy from the European Union in 2013. Let's try to imagine, when we talk about green infrastructure, if you imagine a gray infrastructure, let's say all the roads and highways and everything that connects one cities from the others, we can imagine that. Well, now imagine it on green. So connecting all these ecosystem areas of importance in ecosystem terms to improve the biodiversity, to improve the ecosystems, and to generate this green infrastructure that is one of the main strategies, and that is under these biodiversity strategies. So what we are trying to do is to use nature-based solutions. So that means learning from nature, how nature fight against, for example, extreme weather events. And one of them, for example, are wetlands. So the European Union is trying, and many countries and areas are restoring areas that are under risk of flood, and trying to restore all the coastlines that can be restored with wetlands or with nature-based solutions, as I said. Of course, are not the only one solutions. So we know well how the Netherlands use gray infrastructure to fight against floods and big storms. They have 30% of the land under the water because they've been for centuries gaining land to the sea. And they have these real big infrastructures to tackle climate change. And if we go to the cities, for example, another thing that the Netherlands, this is in Rotterdam. Another thing that they are doing is inside the cities is projecting, for example, urban parks that can absorb all these storms big storms or big amounts of water that come to the city. So in this example, for example, we have a park that it is usually used for sports or whatever other use, but in times of big storms, it is it can absorb all this water, well, keep all this water in the beginning and then absorb it to avoid like big storms or floodings. One city that started with this idea of green infrastructure earlier than this green infrastructure strategy of the European Union is Vitoria in the north of Spain also. They designed this green belt that unified, that connected 5 big parks around the city and build a green belt. So this green belt is trying to connect the outskirts of the city and the territory. As you can see around the city, there are agricultural landscapes that are used also as green infrastructure, and connecting, building this green belt that also come into the city as like fingers that go inside the city with paths with trees and shrubs to let biodiversity and to generate like green areas for citizens inside the cities. This is also used as green paths, so for bicycles or walkable areas. And inside the centers of the city, there are the cars are trying to not allowing cars inside the cities, and also connecting with these green areas and with the parks for to improve the well-being and the health of the citizens in the city, and also for tourists, because this kind of projects attract a lot of tourists, and in that sense are improving also the economy, not only the environmental and social aspects. One city, another idea, another well, it's something, it's this idea of the a quarter city quarter city strategy, the city of a quarter of an hour. Yeah, that's the idea. Well, in fact, the idea is in all these projects is more or less the same, is to relocalize everything to make cities more easy for people, more walkable, more not to lose time, to change paradigm. We've been building cities during the 20th centuries in Europe for cars. So our purpose was that cars can go fast and we can move with the car everywhere, and the cities are designed for cars. And now what we are doing, and this paradigm shift, is focus on designing cities for people and for nature. So in this sense, Carlos Moreno, that is, it's a philosopher and urbanist that works in Paris, proposed this idea of the city of a quarter of an hour that Anne Hidalgo, the mayor, implemented in Paris or in some areas of Paris. And it is about the idea that everything that people need in everyday life will be no far than a quarter of an hour walking or cycling. So jobs, the schools, the medical centers, the convenience, the places for spare time, so theaters, cultural life, will be no more than a quarter of an hour. If we see the effects of this strategy, we can see, for example, the riversides of the Seine, where some years ago there were cars and cars, now there's a beach. Or other projects like, for example, this one, it's a landscape architecture project that is, it is doing now in the surroundings of the Eiffel Tower. So let's give back the city to the people. So all these funds that the European Union have in the urban agenda are having this kind of impacts in the cities. Another example that we have is Barcelona, with another idea, another initiative that is also pretty interesting. Barcelona, well, they do not have a green belt. They have the mountains in the north and the sea in the south. And as we can see the map here, but there's an innovation that is, well, apart from trying to build these green infrastructures through like green fingers instead of belts, as Victoria did, a project, an idea that is being, the city is working on it right now, is the model of the super blocks. In the area of Barcelona, the there's a main area in Barcelona with this structure, like that has all these streets with this net, and the idea is to create areas inside this what they call super blocks. So instead of having cars and motorbikes everywhere, protecting some of these roads and leaving it only for walking or bicycle or cycling, and well, trying to make them greener and to make them for people. So this idea of the super blocks is having this effects. So they green the inside of these islands, let's say, in the super blocks, and with not spending a lot of money, because you see that they paint the pavement and put some places to sit that sometimes are wheels of tracks or sometimes are like easy things. They are changing the way people use the public space. So the idea is, again, giving back the city to people. Another thing, another strategy of Barcelona is the green roofs. That, well, this is doing for in many cities, and well, this has also an interesting effect in terms of climate change and absorbing water and fighting against climate change. Okay, another thing, well, about this idea of networks that are like pushing forward from the European Union is the European Development Network. This started in 2014, and what this network does is like connecting the public policies of the European Commission with the cities. So there are 500 cities or urban areas that belong to this network. And again, the ideas are the same as the ones in the urban agenda. So how to help cities to get funds and to use them in the cities, the exchange of information and urban practices. And well, it's it is well, another, this idea of the stakeholders all together and all the different like levels of the administration and the people, also the people of the third sector working together is I think it's one of the most successful strategies of the European Union, and that is having like real changes in citizens' life. The European Union Cities Mission, it's something that is starting this year, and they choose 100 cities that compromise to be climate neutral by 2030. This is a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge. So this idea of having some cities is something that is happening during the last years and decades, and pushing from the European Union, and it's something that is very successful. That is having some cities that are the ones that go ahead and experiment like new practices and new innovations and ideas and so on, so that the rest of the cities can learn from them, from all these good practices, and then all goes like more easily for everybody. So, well, there are like different cities in this net. There are capital cities, there are small cities, medium cities, and well, here we have like the 100 cities. This is a huge challenge, and well, I'm sure there are some of them that are not gonna reach the goal. For example, Madrid is between them, and I have many doubts that Madrid can be climate neutral in 2030. If they do it, it will be like well, something amazing. But if they don't get it anyway, I'm sure they are going to improve everything very, very much, and it's going to be really a good thing. And to finish with, I would like to tell you about what Amsterdam is doing. Amsterdam is started a new strategy for the Amsterdam, the circular strategy. And they are implementing something, a new economic model that is one of the things, maybe you know it. For me, it was well, one of the most clever ideas that I heard in the last years. That is the donut, the model, the economic model of the donut. So this idea was developed by an economist. She is called Kate Raworth. And what she proposed is measuring not only, well, on one hand, the environmental impact of everything. So it can be applied to a city, but it can be applied, this model can be applied to a company, or can be applied to everyday life of a family. And on one hand, he measures she proposed to measure the environmental impact of everything you do, and on the other hand, the social impact that you do. And she says that, well, measuring these indicators, if we are inside this green donut, we will be environmental sustainable, social sustainable, and economic. And we will reach economic sustainability. So the indicators that she measured are, on one hand, the ecological. So there's an ecological ceiling. So everything above this. These indicators will be in red, and we will, the indicators will be like air pollution, land, I don't say it well, like first water, also nitrogen, the greenhouse gases, the ocean acidification. So all the impacts in terms of environmental impacts, and so everything, every aspect, in this case, the city of Amsterdam should measure this, its impact on all these indicators. And also, they measure the social foundations, what she's called the social foundation. So under this this green line will be in red if we don't, if it's done if the city don't reach it. So there it's energy, water, food, education, political voice, social equity, gender equity, housing. So everything that is everyday life in the well, everyday life in a city. But the interesting thing of it is that these indicators are not only applied to the city and what is happening inside the city. So everything that is related to the city. So if we think if we think of Amsterdam, that has a port and one of the important ports in Europe, they are measuring, or these indicators also, about everything that comes into the port, or they are trying to do that, everything that comes into the port. For example, if there's a ship that comes with raw materials that come from Africa, they are measuring also the indicators of the people who is in the mine extracting these raw materials. So the social foundation, this green belt should consider, for example, if there are children working in that mine, what are the externalities of the ship that come from Africa? So all the impacts, all the externalities that are not normally not being measured everywhere, they Kate Wolff incorporated here. So in that sense, I think it's a really interesting model, economic model that well, that if they reach, if Amsterdam reach to use it, of course, it's a huge challenge, but it can be, it's a change of paradigm, of course. So, well, they are trying to have, well, they already have this kind of cities, but they are not happy only with their city and what is happening inside, but also the impact of all the externalities and what is happening outside and all in the trade and so on. So at the end, and to finish with, the idea is, well, this idea of paradigm shift. So we have to change cities from this image of the city to this other one. The idea is giving back cities for people and nature, make them more healthy, more sustainable, more resilient to climate change, and well, to trying to, yeah, we have to change the idea in which we think about cities and connecting them to the territory. And well, that's all I wanted to say. If there are any questions or comments, I will be happy to answer if I can.
Thank you very much for this very complete, comprehensive, and rich presentation on cities and how to green cities in Europe. I really like some of the ideas. For instance, I really like this connection of cities with the territory, and always taking into account territory when you are talking of cities, and always taking into account biodiversity I think that's something that was very, very clear. You made it on purpose, and I think it's very coherent and a very interesting idea. I also like very much that you combine cultural and social issues with environmental issues. There's an element of interdisciplinarity there that I think is also essential. It is in many of the issues you tackle, and of course this makes things much more complex. But I think it's very enriching. And the third issue that I will stress from your presentation, general issues that I like, is the idea of may I call it becoming global citizens in a way. Is not to take into account only our welfare, but our welfare inside our city, but to take into account externalities. This is I mean, if we manage to make that become a reality, and I think there are trends in that direction, I think we will, in a way, become much more global citizens, because we will be favoring very much a change not only in our cities but also abroad, in other territories. You mentioned the donuts model, in which this is very clear, but I'm already seeing some trends in that direction also in EU regulation. Some of them we have been discussing last week, like for instance the deforestation proposal regulation. This is very interesting. That is also taken into account, and that's the most interesting part of the proposal, the external impact. So it's EU regulation taking into account what is the impact, not of deforestation in Europe, but deforestation abroad, or the TSD chapters in the new EU generation agreements, or for instance, the CBAM proposal that we will be discussing this week. So your ideas are, at the very end, are also connected with some trends in regulation that I think are very, very interesting. I was shocked by some of the data. The most is the air pollution percentages, air pollution, how far we are from being right. I mean, it's Europe and Northern America 11.9%, and we should be below 5 according to the new threshold. At world level, of course, it's almost 30, but now we are in Europe and Northern America is 11 point now, so we are very far from the level that is considered to be, I mean, not good, minimum. I mean, and this says a lot about our cities, of course, and the work that we have there. And regarding displacements, of course, this we have to work a lot with Africa. This is a clear message as well of your presentation, because the challenge there is huge. It's huge. I mean, we have not to fear so much internal displacements in Europe, but it's displacements from the south. And this is something that we cannot do from one day to the other. We have to do it in the medium long term. So I think it's starting to be urgent. So I think we should really use as well this as another ground to boost cooperation with Africa without any doubt. So very, very interesting and rich presentation. Thank you very much. And I would like to first have some questions and some, but I want others to intervene. So maybe I can open the floor to attendants who would like to make questions or comments, and I reserve mine for later on if we still have time. So who would like to intervene?
Thank you, Jerónimo. I would like to first congratulate the chair for this interesting presentation and very beautiful one with so landscape. I was first scared with the data because the question of health is not only the question of climate change, the question of environment, but also the question of health. And I think this is an important topic to be taken into account. It's not only a question of environment, but a question of health. Sometimes we forgot this important issue, but I liked a lot your optimistic perspective in the end of your presentation, because I think that good examples and good practices and successful experiences like you have shown us can encourage other cities and other politicians to go into these voluntary practices, because I think we, at least in our context, we are mainly focused on regulation or financial issues, but we have also to encourage voluntary agreements and improving the way of connecting with citizens and people in order to push harder these challenges. I have no specific question, but I have liked a lot also your multidisciplinary approach, because you mentioned new donuts economist theories that I really don't know about that, and it's really interesting this kind of donuts to put together all the pieces. I think it's very difficult to assess that. Because it's easy to paint, but it's very difficult to follow all these specific points that should be put together. I was wondering if you can tell us something more about the prevention. You mentioned the importance to protect the environment, to restore the environments with investment, but how about prevention? Because now with this hot weather in Spain, we have a lot of fire accidents and disasters, and it is an issue, an important issue, because sometimes we don't make enough efforts with financing prevention. And that's an important issue. I like also very much in the connection you have done with the use of land and the use of sea and the problem of water, because water, energy, and land are very much connected. But to my mind, there is no connection on regulatory matters, at least at the moment. I have also read some interesting papers from international organization, but there is like papers and reports, and there is no connection on these integrated policies, at least at that time in the European Union. And I would like to know something more, if you can share your point of view. Thank you so much for your interesting presentation.
Thank you, Marta and Jerónimo, for your comments. They're very kind. Well, one thing that I want to, that you've mentioned and that I want to it's like cities are pretty complex and everything happens in the city. So all the sectors are in the city. So everything is it's connected. So it's well, more easy to understand the city as this, yeah, piece of land where everything happens and where most of the people is living and will be living. And so it's pretty important to understand all these connections of all the sectors and what is happening. And yeah, what I wanted to highlight in the presentation was how these funds from the European Union are really impacting people, are changing life in people, because that's where at the end I think is the main goal of all these funds. So and this is happening, and of course it's super important, this relationship that and the good practices, and one city is helping others and working with the others, and the administration working with ONGs or with association. There is something that in the city is happening all the time, and this is super important. I think this green arrows in the SDGs like analysis are due to that. So it's really a very important thing. I'm sure if there's no people like third sector working on it, I'm sure it will not be that success, because you have the opinions of people that, so it's like young people, what young people need, what children need, what women, what disability people, what all of these people need. And if we think about everything together, it's easier to reach the goals, and it's easier to make this project. So yeah, it's interesting. Well, one thing about the donut economic model, there's a super nice TED.Talk by Kate Raworth in the net, so you can watch it, because it's well, pretty well explained that of course I did, and it will well, you can like it maybe. You asked about preventions in forests. Well, I'm not sure what is being doing in everywhere. I know what is being doing in Spain, and prevention is not doing well. So there's this idea in the administrations about the idea of coming back to forests, to let natural forests grow, and it's like the way they want to regenerate nature. And if we take pieces of land that has been, that were farms or were agricultural landscapes that are abandoned, and mainly in rural areas where there's no people living there or a few people living there, that now they are not collecting woods, for example, for the fireworks, and are not managing these forests. In Spain, there's been, well, forests have been managed for centuries, and now they are not, because administrations, well, decided, I don't know when, not to manage forests, and that's the problem. If we clean the forests, if we manage the forests, there will be less fires, much less fires. It's not a matter of investing in airplanes or helicopters to no. So when the problem is there, it's impossible to manage that. And there are thousands of hectares that are burned, and it's a matter of management, and that's it. And you asked about water, energy, and land. I don't remember what you. Nexus.
Water, energy, and land.
And land. I'm not sure what you mean with it.
If we take into account this nexus on regulation, you can get successful effects. because you can have more efficiency use of resources, of natural resources, and financial resources. This is at least my point of view.
Yeah.
If you regulate the right incentives,
yeah.
You should not have this adversarial effect and negative externalities. It's just to put together these pieces to have better regulation and no need to focus on financial, the negative effects of fires and whatever, or no resources at all in different areas, not only in Spain and Europe, but in the world. No?
Yeah, of course, I agree with that. I think with everything, if we focus on one sector and we don't take into account the rest, it's almost always a problem. So yeah, with energy, there's been this investment in renewable energies. There are a lot of funds for it, and sometimes I think they are, I don't know, it's not easy how to do this because there are landscapes should be protected, for example, in terms of biodiversity and birds, for example, and it's the place where they put this big so everything is intermingled and it's I agree with it. Let's see. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much to both of you. Anyone else would like to intervene?
Thank you. I just thank you so much for the presentation. Very wonderful presentation with a lot of information and a way of thinking about the future green city. And I fortunately during the presentation I disturbed by several mobile phones, so I missed some very important part. When I agree with the professor said the city is very complicated because combined many aspects. I want to know it's a different path between for example, African country and with the European country, with a very simple answer enough. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if what you mean. Can you ask again? I'm not sure if I understand you well.
I mean, for the green city in the future, the African country or a city, for example, city in the African country or European city, it's what's the difference? The road, the path to the green city in the future.
The difference between African and European, is that the question? Whether this presentation in a way could be applicable.
I just wonder because it's quite different now in the city in Africa. Seems that they're not. There are many, how to say, the Greenland and this not so huge population, and that's my thing.
So in a way, is what is the applicability of this to cities with a very different context, like African, because or maybe even some Asian as well. So because of course you after the introduction you have been tackling or focusing more on Europe, but what is your view about whether these could be exported or used as well in other areas? And I wanted this this question, if I may, to link it with another issue. which is Europe again soft power with regard to this area of cities. Whether the European model is or can be is being used by other cities in other continents, and not only in Africa but also in Asia or in the US. I know you have been thinking and reflecting as well on particularly on the different models, US and EU, of how to organize the territory, etc. So you may comment something as well on which of those models you think might be better for the future, and for these ideas that you are proposing.
Okay, thank you for the question. Sang, regarding what you asked about if this is applicable to Africa or other countries, well, of course, in each city is different. So even inside Europe, the solutions for one cities and the others are completely different. Or well, there are some that can be linked, but there are like specific things of each city or characteristics of each city and should be analyzed one by one. So if we think about Africa, of course, there is like big challenges also. When you were asking, I was thinking about one project that is amazing that is being done. It's called the Green Wall. I don't know, in Africa, I don't know if you've heard about it, but it's really a green wall of forests that they are planting like in the Equatorian area in Africa, and it's crossing Africa from side to side, to trying to make like parts of the deserts or degraded areas more green. So I think there are strategies. Of course, the conditions are different, the climate is different, everything is different. But I think this idea of learning from nature is something that can be applied everywhere. I mean, the strategies that nature has without human beings in the middle. So the nature has strategies that has been successful for centuries and for a long time. So, and I think we've been using in a sense them for centuries also, we human beings, but we forgot about them in the last century. I don't know, maybe we thought that we were clever than nature. And now we are realizing about all these ecosystem services, about everything that nature provides us. And I'm sure that in a different way as it is implemented in Europe, but it also can be used in other contexts. Well, in Asia, there are super nice projects about cities, greening cities, and well, I can't wait to listen to your colleague from your school this afternoon, because I'm sure there's going to be very nice ideas that they can send and show us. Yeah, I'm sure that they can be applied in a different way, but well, I think nature is the solution, one of the main solutions in this sense, and we can learn a lot about it. So if we focus on that idea of nature-based solution, I'm sure we will be much more resilient, much more sustainable for everything.
This morning, we had a very interesting presentation on transport, cities, and climate change from the perspective of Europe and the perspective of cities and urban planning. And this afternoon, we have the pleasure to have with us Professor Chen Ying from the China's Academy of Social Science from Beijing. We are glad to have you with us, and we will see the perspective of the greening transport and cities in China. Thank you for coming, and the floor is yours. I think you should open the micro and the video. She's already with us, I think.
Yes.
She's already connected. Good afternoon. Many thanks for staying with us this afternoon, and the floor is yours.
你好，你的头有点高，可以往下一点。嗯。
Can you hear me?
Yes. You could start as whatever you want.
Thank you very much. I'll share my screen.
We will see. We are seeing your presentation now. Everything is fine.
Fine?
Fine, fine.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to join the summer university course, and my presentation will be greening transport and the cities in China. First of all, my name is Chen Ying. I work for Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, Research Institute for Eco-Civilization. I joined CAS in 1997. So I worked here over 20 years. I'm also a lead author for IPCC, the AR5 and the AR6. Very happy to share some my observation and the research work with you. As we know, climate change is one of the most for human society. We record climate change is climate emergency or climate crisis. We are approaching to 1.5 degree. And according to the projection WMO, there is 50% chance the annual growth temporarily reach 1.5, at least one of the next 5 years. Okay. On September the 22nd, 2020, President Xi Jinping announced China will the carbon peaking and the carbon neutrality target. China aim to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and try to achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. Actually, there are over 137 countries has announced some kind of targets, net zero targets, or carbon neutrality or climate neutrality. So in this case, a global process of carbon neutrality has started. First of all, I give you an overview of China's climate change target. Since the 11th five-year plan, that was 2005 to 2010, China for the first time set target to reduce energy intensity by 20% within 5 years. And then every 5 years, China upgrade the climate change target from one indicator to a set of indicators. Besides the energy intensity reduction, China also set targets for carbon intensity, non-fossil fuel in the energy mix, and the forestry coverage. So China, every 5 years, we set new targets. Now we are in the 14th five-year plan. That was from 2021 to 2025. And China has announced targets for international community 3 times. First is in before the Copenhagen conference in 2009, and then in 2015, China submitted the NDC, and last year, China updated the NDC aligned with our carbon peaking and carbon neutrality target. Now in China, China has issued many policies and measures. We call the 1+N. 1 means working guideline, guidance issued last September of last year. It's a top level document, top level designing. There are 5 principles, and China set some targets by 2025, 2030, 2030 and 2060. For example, the share of non-fossil fuel in the energy mix will reach 20% in 2025, reach 25% in 2030, and over 80% in 2060. There are also identified 11 key areas and about 35 priority targets. 1 month later, China issued another important document called Action Plan for Carbon Dioxide Peaking before 2030. And besides these 2 documents, more sectoral and supportive policies and measures are coming. Under the action plan for carbon dioxide peaking, there are 10 action plan. The 5th is green and low carbon transportation. The 9th is the green and low carbon society, which closely related to low carbon city. So first of all, I would like to give you some figures of transport, the rapid development of transport in China. In the last decades, China built transportation infrastructure. By the end of 2020, the length of railways reached 146,000 kilometers. This picture shows the high-speed railway about over 60% of high-speed railway located in China. This is the new international airport in Beijing, and a lot of large-scale projects such as a bridge in southwestern China, very beautiful, and pressways in northeastern China. With the rapid development of transport, the transport sector emitted about 10% carbon emissions, and it's growing. It's still growing very fast. The annual growth, the annual growth rate is about 8.1% from 1990 to 2019, and transport also contribute air pollutant. According to a research, transport contribute about 46% of PM 2.5 in Beijing. These figures show the passenger transport volume from 2012 to 2020. And the largest, the blue bar, is the road over 70, over 70%. And the green bar stands for railways. Actually, comparing to developed country, the vehicle ownership per 1,000 persons, China is lower than US, then lower than the level of EU. But it's increasing fast. 10 years ago, the sales of automobile in China has surpassed the US. And 2 years ago, the total ownership in China is roughly equal to the US. China, the target for transport sector in 2035 for passenger transport, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We set up targets, and also for freight transportation, 1 day to reach domestic area, 2 days for neighboring countries, and 3 days for major cities in the world. Besides the development target, China also paying more attention on green and low carbon transition. for transport sector. Actually, we have many choices for greening transport. If we first of all, we can choose bicycle, walk, or automobile. So there, I translated in English, but I'm not sure whether it's good enough. First of all, I think we can reduce transport demands. Due to the COVID-19, we spend more time working at home. Now we can do many things by mobile phone. We don't need to go to the bank. We don't need to stand in long queue for purchase. We can order many goods and as well as vegetables on website. So actually we reduced the transport demand. For transports in city or intercity, there are also some choices. For example, the urban planning. If the urban planning improved to consider the more public transportation system, it will be helpful to reduce the carbon emissions of transport sector, to provide incentives for public transportation, or to provide incentives for new energy vehicle. So I think you can understand, but I don't need to waste the time for explanation. We focus on the transport in the cities. In China, besides bicycle or walking, these figures show the means of urban passenger transport in 2020. Over 50 passengers choose buses. About 20% use the subway, and another 29% passenger use taxi. For buses, about 54% has been already electric bus. About 18% bus use LNG. Only 14% use petrol oil. In Beijing, we have special lanes for bicycle, and we also frequently use the shared bicycle. Is very convenient. A public transportation system has been improved a lot in recent years. Here is the double layer bus in Beijing, and these figures show the subway map the latest subway map, many lines. Before 90, only 3 cities have subway system: Beijing, Tianjin, and Hong Kong. Now in China, there are 40 cities. Oh, sorry, spelling mistake. Have a subway system. In Beijing, now the length of subway lines 781.5 kilometers. By the end of this year, there are 2 more new lines. So the total length will be over 800 kilometers. E-vehicle, electric vehicle development also very development fast. My colleague just bought a e-vehicle, and he told me it's very convenient because his new apartment have the charging hub, so very convenient, and the cost is lower than fuel vehicle. In 2020, the total e-vehicle in the world, China occupied about 44%. EU is 31%, and the US occupied 17%. But regarding the annual growth sales, EU is the leader, take the leadership. You can see that these figures. Comparing different types of transport, bicycle, walking is the zero emission, and the e-vehicle with green electricity is I think is very promising for the future. Private car, private fuel car is the highest emission, and the subway, bus, and the railway are also relatively low carbon options. Can e-vehicle reduce carbon emissions? We use the life cycle analysis. Now, since China over about 60% electricity was produced from coal. So currently, the carbon emissions reduction is only 39%. But in the future, China will make great efforts to reduce the coal dependence with more and more green electricity. The e-vehicle will take more advantage comparing to fuel car. So I believe in 2060, the electrification is the main direction for transport sector. Cities emitted about over 80% of global emissions, but this number will be about 90% in China. In China, the urbanization rate is already 60%. So cities have to play more important role in carbon peaking and the carbon neutrality. In China, each province is formulating their own action plan for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. And since 2010, there are already 3 batches for low carbon pilot demonstration. Over about 87 provinces and cities joined low carbon city demonstration program. And these maps show the location of these demonstration provinces and cities. And according to our research work, the pilot cities are doing better than non-pilot cities. And the early joint, the early pilot city are doing better than others. For low carbon cities, I think changing their thinking way is the most important. First of all, they need the idea, the concept, the conception why climate change is important, how cities can contribute for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. And then they make plan and implement, take actions, and they also need some support. And the low carbon cities can have some synergy with other social and economic development goals. Besides the national level pilot cities, there are also small scale pilot projects, net zero or near zero emission zone. There's some small towns for different purpose, for buildings or transportation or other purpose. So more and more local government pay more attention on climate change and carbon emission reduction. So I give you a case study. My hometown in Zhenjiang of Jiangsu province, located in eastern China. And Zhenjiang is very beautiful, middle-sized city. It's very, very beautiful and have long history. And during the 13th five-year plan, Zhenjiang's GDP increased by 32%, and the PM 1.5 decreased by 55%, and the carbon intensity reduced by 22%. So all these figures show the energy intensity or carbon intensity, but according to our analysis, Zhenjiang still the carbon emissions is still increasing, and Zhenjiang is still at relative decoupling. I mean, decoupling is the GDP growth decoupled with the carbon emissions. But Zhenjiang is still the GDP is increasing, and the carbon emission has not have not peaked. Zhenjiang has taken many actions to reduce the carbon emissions, such as the energy system transition. Zhenjiang industry electricity consumption is quite high comparing to other cities. It's about 62% electricity was used for industry. Transportation, buildings, and digital digital empowerment is Zhenjiang is good at Zhenjiang have a successful carbon assessment carbon emission management platform. I mean, and Zhenjiang is also have their own mechanism to assess different project. It's, I mean, the platform provide a useful tool for Zhenjiang to select more energy efficient project for investment, and phase out low energy efficiency plants. Renewable energy development fast, and ecosystem production. So we use modeling to predict Zhenjiang will achieve carbon peaking before the 2030. In northwestern China, last year I spent about 2 weeks in Qinghai province, and northwestern China are very different with eastern part. In Qinghai province, they have plenty of resources for renewable energy, windmill. We visited a PV garden. It's the largest one. I believe it's the largest PV garden in China, and very large area of Gobi was paved by PV panels, and under the PV, I I was exciting to see the PV sheep. sheep help to remove the grass, and its core, its synergy, or create some core benefit for both sides. Ecological production and restoration. In Qinghai, they have Salt Lake, and I also visited another kinds of solar power station. There are 20,000 mirrors was placed in this way, and reflected sunshine to focus on these the town, the top box of town. It's another way, another kind of way to use solar solar energy. It's quite different from PV panels. So I really exciting to see. I think one of the most important thing for cities is to raise the public awareness. I spent, actually last year, I spent a lot of time for exhibition, for lecture, for children's, and some kinds of TV show and the cartoon. I involved a lot events to teach children and the public the climate change, the adverse impact of climate change, and what we can contribute to address the climate change. In China, since the 1991, China set National Energy Saving Week, which is usually in June, and one day was chosen in Energy Saving Week. We call the National Low Carbon Day. We use the special National Low Carbon Day to give lectures and exhibitions. I think carbon footprint is a very useful indicator to tell audience the human activity, the carbon emissions behind the human activities. For example, beef is the have the highest carbon emissions comparing to other meat or eggs or other kinds of food. I'm not vegetarian. I never persuade others to be vegetarian. I think you can eat meat, you eat beef, pork, no problem. But we can't waste food. In China, sometimes people ordered more food and waste finally to people. Sometimes people for banquets order more food to show the respect, but finally waste food. It's very sad. But now things are becoming better, better and better. More and more people have lunchbox finally. And in household, I think we have great potentials to reuse and recycle materials. Actually, I'm a DIY. I like DIY to make some handicraft. I use the old clothes to make a small bag, my old shirt and all the clothes of my son to make these things. And I really enjoyed making such things for to enjoying the relaxed time. In China, with the rapid expanding of urbanization, some buildings not so old, only 20 years or 25 years old, not very old, was bombed within 1 second. It's waste great a lot large amount of steel, cement, chemicals, and all these things are energy intensive materials. In China building sector, if we consider the energy and the emissions of I mean the embodied emissions in steel material, the emissions related to buildings will be 40% of total emissions. I see in European countries, some buildings over 100 years old is still in use, but China, some buildings are not so old, was bombed. So I really think we need better design, better material, and better location to avoid waste, to avoid so I mean if we can make full use of buildings 70 years, 80 years, we can reduce carbon emissions. Olympic game, Beijing Olympic game was held in February of this year, and it's good opportunity to educate the public what is carbon neutrality. Olympic Games set the carbon neutrality target, and finally, Beijing achieved the carbon neutrality target with a lot of policies and measures, such as green 100% green electricity, green transport, low carbon venues, and long-term and sustainable use of all the facilities, and finally, carbon offsets from enterprises and the individuals. Some kind of app based on WeChat program was developed to tell people, to encourage individuals to make their own to change their lifestyle and make their own contributions for Olympic game. And finally, I'd like to show the books. I'm a co-author 100 questions and answers for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality, which is the first book on this topic. We published in March of last year. Another book is Green Book of Climate Change. It's an annual report we published every year since the 2009. The topic is also carbon peaking and carbon neutrality, which published at the end of last year. So next month, we will publish a new book for the young. It's the story of carbon peaking and carbon neutrality for young, which will be available next month. The last slides, I would like to emphasize China and the EU cooperation is critical for global climate governance. I was deeply impressed by a sentence when IPCC R6 Working Group 3 report was released. Our climate is our future, and our future is in our hands. This figure comes from my chapter. I worked for R6 Working Group 3, Chapter 1. And this figure comes from my chapter. Different countries can have different development pathway. China is here, Eastern Asia, and the European countries are here. US and Canada have the high HDI development level, but also have high emissions per capita. So different countries have their own starting point, but finally we hope all countries can find their development pathway to reach the SDG, sustainable development, to achieve sustainable development goals. Thank you very much. That's all. Only one Earth. We need to work hand by hand. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much. A big applause from our side. It was highly interesting, your approach. We have learned a lot about these case studies, and it's good to hear that China-EU cooperation, that it is now in the academic field, will be also promoted in the political side or in regulation. I think you have mentioned so many interesting areas about the differences, approaches from provinces and cities, from the eastern to the northwestern. And it was also very amazing to see you involved in this raising the public awareness for young people and for promoting this the interest in this kind of issues. I don't know if Jerónimo would like to as always, to ask some specific questions or on the people join in online session also. Jerónimo, please.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to have you here, and we are very grateful. It has been a very, very interesting presentation. I could make some questions on both transports and also on cities. Regarding transport, as you said, electrification might be the main direction to reduce emissions, and I think that's also the case in Europe. We in Europe, we have recently adopted a deadline to end up with combustion engines cars, which is 2035. From 2035 onwards, in Europe, there is no possibility, there is not going to be a possibility to manufacture or to sell combustion engine cars. So all cars will have to be electric. I don't know if China is thinking on also a deadline for that, if you have explored that possibility, because this is a very clear message to all the population about the end of traditional cars, also of even hybrid cars, and that it's a message for consumers to buy only in the future electric cars. So we have just adopted this legislation. I have curiosity to know if China is exploring or has already been thinking about fixing as well this deadline. That in relation to transport. With regard to cities, there are some questions I would like to put to you. We saw this morning that air pollution in cities in Europe is still a big problem. And we are far from reaching the levels that they are desirable. And I wonder how is the situation in China and what has been the evolution in the later years with regard to this air pollution. I still remember my first trip to Beijing and my second one just before the pandemic, and I realized a big difference. But I would like to know more about this work against air pollution in cities in China. I have some more questions, but let's put these two for the moment. And let's give room for others also to intervene. Thank you very much.
Would you like to answer, Professor?
Thank you very much. I'd like to make quick response. Thank you very much for your question. First question, EU has set adopted deadline to stop a fuel car. In China, we haven't had the national deadline, but some province has already set the deadline. For example, the Hainan province, I know it is the first province to set their deadline to no fuel car. I don't remember the exact year, which year, but I know Hainan is the first province to set the deadline. I think China can explore further can explore in the future. Actually, I think from the experience of my colleague, he said he never think about buying electric vehicle before, but now with the new apartment with a charger hub is very convenient, and he changed his mind. So I think sometimes the practice will be go further than the plane. So I'm optimistic. Air pollution, yeah, I agree. Air pollution for mega city like Beijing. Beijing have more than 25 million population. For mega city like Beijing, air pollution is a big problem. But it's much better than 5 years ago. I remember 5 years ago, the smog, especially in winter time, because we have a central heating system in Beijing for from mid-November to the mid-March. So we have 4 months for central heating. So in winter time, the air pollutants will be 30% more than the average level. 30% more than the level of in other time. So like in winter time, the air pollution is most serious, but now it's much better. Or coal burning boilers was replaced in villages. Heating, we call the coal to gas or coal to electricity. So few switched to electricity and natural gas. Less air pollutant now. So the quality of air quality is much better than the situation is much better now. Any more questions?
Thank you very much for your replies.
Thank you very much. I have another specific question regarding the idea of changing behaviors in China. Are you aware about the use of carbon prices and carbon taxes to stimulate this change of behavior? I mean, if you can give us some details regarding the use of tax incentive or subsidies, maybe focusing on the electric cars, as you have mentioned, or whatever each specific sector you have mentioned regarding the relationship between cities and transport. This is my first question, the use of tax incentive or carbon prices. And the second question is how to promote the change in using private vehicles to urban passenger transport or trains or whatever. I don't know if you can give us more detailed information how it's happening in China.
Changing behavior, you mean changing behavior is very important, I think. How to changing behavior, I think first of all is changing the mind, changing the thinking way. And then you need the technical option. So actually, for example, in winter time, some household was overheating. I want to save energy, but I have no choice. I can only open the window because the the room is overheating. So we first of all we need to have the awareness, and then we need technical options, and then we can take actions. Actually, I made a survey in my institute. It's very interesting. I prepared a questionnaire and asked my colleagues to fill up the questionnaire. The most energy consuming instrument in my institute is a boiler, because Chinese always drink hot water. It's a big boiling boiler, and raining from 7 o'clock to the 8 o'clock in the evening, very long time. So actually, most of my colleagues don't know the energy consumption. And when I told them how much energy, how much electricity was consumed, and they suddenly realize they support to use less raining time, only a little bit of inconvenient, but save a lot of energy. So sometimes information is very powerful instrument. It's an example. You also mentioned the carbon pricing. Yes, I agree. Carbon pricing is also useful policy instrument to provide incentives to change the human's behavior. Now it's very hot in summertime. We can use air conditioner. I always use air conditioner in the smallest room at my home. Not only for saving money. I mean, sometimes households, individuals have incentives to save cost. But in the institute, in my in my office, people don't know the cost and have less incentives for energy saving. From my questionnaire, I found this very interesting. How to keep consistent behavior at home and at office.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with you. It's important to have awareness, not only for citizens, for individuals, but also for companies and for the public sector too, in order to save energy and to go further to this reduction of emissions. I think we have another question here in the room. Please, Esther.
Thank you, Marta. And thank you for the presentation. It's been very nice. I have a question. You didn't mention about it, but I have a question that maybe you can talk about. It's about, well, I've read some articles. It's true that is in urban magazines or not in scientific papers, but they talk about these new cities that are being built in China from scratch. So new cities built in terms of sustainability and built from scratch in new places, not rebuilding cities, but the new ones. So I want you to comment. Well, for me, this is amazing because we are like trying to change our cities that don't work well. And it's a really good opportunity for you if you are doing this. So if you can comment and give us some data, some details about these new cities, if there are any pilots or something, if there are some that are having built and are working, how many inhabitants more or less, or how are they working? It will be very nice to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you. New city, you mean Xiong'an? Or
I don't know the names. I've read this in magazines, and so I don't know the names. I don't know if are done or it are like prospects for the future. But I've read sometimes this about this kind of cities, and well, if you have any data about it, it will be very nice to hear it.
I'm not very familiar with Xiong'an. Xiong'an is a new city near Beijing. But in Shanghai, I know Eco City is also a small new town, not a city, but it's a new town to demonstrate new technologies or different design. I don't think new city building is the main direction. Many other existing cities, retrofitting, regeneration will be more important. In China, some buildings was bombed and rebuilt again, but we also invest a lot to retrofit existing buildings, add more isolation layer for energy saving of the buildings, isolation layer, or changing the windows and upgrade facilities and many actions for energy saving. I've visited retrofitting project many times. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerónimo would like to add some comments or questions, maybe? Come on.
Yes, thank you very much, Marta. You, in the whole of your presentation, you gave a lot of importance to public awareness, to raising public awareness. And we can see that your work is not only on, let's say, scientific research, but you put a lot of effort on also trying to disseminate that, to transfer that knowledge to society. And this, I think, is of course very interesting. I would like to know if you have data on how public awareness in China about climate change has been evolving. So what is in the later years the evolution of that public awareness? Do you think that is for sure is growing, but to what extent? Very quickly, among young people more than with adults. What's the evolution of that public awareness? And the other question relates to China-EU relations with regard to climate change. You said that it's critical for climate governance, for global governance of climate change. I cannot but agree on that. And I would like to know if, from your perspective, Europe, the European Union, how can we help, or how can we? Do you miss anything of what in our strategy in climate governance at global level, something that you would like Europe to do and we are not doing? Thank you very much.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you. Two questions. First is about public awareness. I have no data, but I think people concern more about their own health. So people concern more about air pollution than climate change. But I think air pollution and climate change have synergy. In China, for example, coal burning is the main resources of carbon emissions and also the air pollutants. So reduce the carbon, reduce the core consumption will help to solve both of the problem. So before the 2020, fighting against air pollution is the main purpose, which have some co-benefit for carbon emissions reduction. But now carbon peaking and carbon neutrality is the main direction, and which creates some kinds of synergy with the further improvement of air quality. I think it's a 2020 is an important year which changed the logic. Is it clear enough?
It's very, very clear. I'm very interested, I think. With regard to the second question, are you missing anything from Europe?
Yeah, I think EU is the starter and the leadership of the international process to address the climate change. Recently, I know the energy crisis, EU suffered bitterly from the energy crisis, but I really believe it's a short-term difficulties for EU. EU will insist long-term goals to achieve the climate neutrality. Is that right? Yeah. And
I agree, and I that's what I expect.
And I think EU will accelerate the transformation. I mean, I believe EU will never give up the climate neutrality goal and accelerate the transformation process in the future. I believe, even though in short term, EU have some difficulties for energy supply. In this case, EU and China have a promising perspective for cooperation, for green development transformation. Climate change is a typical global problem. But on the Earth, the development pathway transformation is the solution, is the final solution. I remember I work for IPCC Air 5, and my chapter for Air 5 is sustainable development and equity. I remember a figure show if you focus on the mitigation, you only see a circle like this. If you can see the co-benefit, you expand a little bit. But if you see the development pathway transformation, it will be broaden your viewpoint. So in this case, China is making efforts to transfer our development pathway towards carbon peaking and carbon neutrality. And the EU also will make more efforts to go in this way, so we can cooperate to go further hand by hand.
Thank you very much. very nice way to end up the dialogue. Thank you very much.